Hello, beautiful people. Thank you for the 11 months, Zerikin. How are you all doing today? On a scale from... I woke up and my ear is plugged and I can only hear out of one side and it's really annoying, to... I just laid my head on my bed and the pillow is so cold and comfortable. How are you doing today? I'm feeling sludge. I'm sorry to hear that. Hi. Uh, Chat. If you're wondering why I'm streaming so late today, it's because I was watching the games last night.
Off we go.
Fnatic got fucked. Holy. Holy. Gapped by Yapier. It's at this point it's Gapier because he gapped them. True. I think we just go back here. What's on the agenda today? That is a good question. I don't know what's on the agenda today. Hades 2? I don't think I'm gonna play Hades 2 on stream today. Sijuin got quote-unquote buffed? Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. It's not a very large buff. Okay, is he not on sack? Oh, he is. I just got unlucky. Okay. IMO Sijuin buff needs to work like Shenhe buff? I mean, it already does, no? Ooh! That's good. Wait, that's actually really good. Paul.
Time to go.
No? What do you mean, no?
Witness the power of the wild. Huh? Oh, no, my son. I'm going in. Wind strike. Witness my rise.
That has 10. Oh, you mean like giving every character a stack? I see. I don't think that would matter, because what teams would even care about that? Wow. Wrong set. Why can't I get these things on fucking Whimsy, huh? Anyone want to tell me?
Rain out. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oh, actually, chat. You want to know something that kind of makes me sad? I I think it's really sad how normalized it is
Witness the power
for voice actors to C6 the character they voice.
wind strike.
Like, I was seeing on my TL so much pressure. Like, oh, why won't you C6 the character you voice? Like, why are people like this, man?
Transfixed.
That's thousands of dollars. Voice actors are already not paid very well. And it just makes me so sad.
Laid bare. Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Who's VA? I saw VA being like, I think it was Topaz's VA that tweeted like for all of those who kept asking me why I didn't E6 the character and they had E6 the character. And it's like I like, why is there this expectation for these voice actors to spend thousands of dollars on the game? That's really sad, man. I don't know.
Laid bare. Rain cutter. Everybody stand back.
Yeah, and like, not even just for VAs in general. That's a good point. So this fucking perception that getting a character's E6 is how you show your dedication to them is just so E6 or C6 or whatever. Like, fuck, man. Why? I know why it's like that. It's because it's incredibly profitable for Hoyo to, and for any gacha company to keep that perception.
Overruled.
And because
Know my soul. Rain.
it's really hard to rationally defend spending thousands of dollars on a game without being like, oh no, it's because I really wanted to show my dedication to this character. Like, I had to, you know? Like, I know why, but it's, I don't know, it makes me so sad.
Rain cutter. Know my sword. Rain outlines your. I'm going in.
No healing bonus. That's good, though.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Oh. Off we go. Penny's adventure team, assemble!
Please play Charlotte hold E. Why do you want me to... Why do you wish harm upon me? But yeah, chat, today for the first time in like 4 days, 5 days, I woke up and my ear wasn't plugged. And I could actually hear from both ears. So that's nice. I'm in a good mood. How did that not get hit? Whatever, man. They changed her hold E? What do you mean? But yeah, it's been very annoying the last few days.
Laid bare. Time to get wind strike.
Hey, move chat? Sure. Did you see theater opening character changes? I did not. Take a look at that. Oh, that is ass. Wait, why would they... Jesus. What did they do? They removed Chevreuse. That's the main change here. On the bright side, it might mean that they remove Chevreuse because they want you to wish for Chevreuse on banner, which would mean that Chevreuse is on Corin's banner. And that would make me happy. But I'm coping, so I don't know if that's actually going to be the case. Chad, there's a spider on my wall. What should I name it? Oh, what? Man, I can't be bothered. It's a very small. It's a very small spider. But outside, it's cold outside. You can chill in my room. I don't mind. I'm not naming it Pear. What are you guys yapping about? What if I name it Ant? Because it's funny if you call a spider Ant. It's on the ceiling now. Pure release for who? I think you mean pure release for whom. But I don't know yet. I don't know who I want to do first. I don't think I'm going to end up doing a Sethos pre-release. There's just not enough to say. He's very underwhelming.
Transfixed. Let me weave you a verse. No, my sword. Add Ast. Thank you for Add Astra.
What the? Oh, chat, you guys want to know something sad? Slash funny, slash... I don't really know a good adjective for it. You guys want to know something? No? Okay. That's alright. Let's go do this. So...
I still have some final...
What? Can I not? I swear, man, Hoyo is so talented at finding incentives for me to skip the story.
Guys, why so serious?
Hey, look
Like,
at that. My favorite melons of
they're
the
so
last
good
month.
at it.
Also, I hear you're gonna be taking the stage tonight.
Paimon was just joking. Seriously, Dvorak?
Getting cold feet? Nah, don't blame ya. I am the reigning champion of the great sing-along after. Then bring it on.
Oh, Paimon's bringing it.
We hit a... What if it really
Oh, no.
couldn't... So that's why this...
Wait, what?
It looks like.
Let's hope not. Now don't forget, there's lyrics and music scores in the jam zone, so no wussing out to...
Don't get too.
Game on, Mini Melon!
As someone who forces themselves to read most of it, I agree. Why do you force yourself to read most of it?
Time to act.
Can I do it now?
I still have some...
No. Hello, Kokomi. You're a loser. I don't like you.
She really is.
Of who?
Goro, Kokumi, hey!
Oh, hello, you...
This is a nice surprise. Paimon didn't expect to run into you two at an Arataki gang.
Oh, a reader for my That's Life column was asking for advice about it, so Her Excellency was.
Yeah,
Oh, you know.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Does Miss Hina look familiar?
Oh.
I see.
Traveler, let's get out of here.
Yol, more like yawn. Am I right, chat?
Oh, you're a real trooper, Yoimiya. This must be one of the...
I promise each
Hey, Toma, Yoimiya.
Yawn Mia.
traveler. Paimon.
Ah, that's true.
Of course. So, what do you know about...
But assuming this really happened, I feel like this is a dog who met, as far as I know.
So you're sounds okay. Well, if it was
Right. I mean, he's an artist.
Kind of like fireworks in a way. I'll take it. Body and mind.
Hey, there you are.
Hazo and
I've made
Sayu,
some
more
progress,
like
But I'm still missing the final piece of the. I don't have anything.
what?
bye, Zo.
Anyway, in the meantime, I would have gone back to the station to look into it myself.
Get it? Hey,
Will the
and then
travelers
bye.
long
Cut it out! Paimon didn't realize so many people we know would be here. Better get practicing, or tonight could be super. Hey, Mr. Dvorak, you're still here.
Sure am. Shinobu was telling.
Light novel.
This
He's
is
trying out so hard to be funny. I don't have to try hard to be
Spirit.
funny. I'm always
Okay,
funny.
should've
I'm
seen
trying
that
to be cringe.
Paimon's got
That one is not in my nature.
Ooh, I got
So
reincarnated
so I have to
as a
give it
Habito
a
and
really
put the
big
word
effort.
What sort of song?
soft rock, actually.
No peeking! Paimon's gonna rock so hard.
Ladies and tonight it's been announced the illustrious and the two of them will. I got reincarnated as an Onikabuto. Take it away.
Why does this sound like Bakamitai?
Raven took an arrow to the heart, and the
It is? Oh.
shape-shifted into dark.
I weasel thief, hereby bequeath all my mora. 200 goes to my pa.
300 to dear mama. Poor little General Crab, only a shell remains.
Unagi goodbye. Now rest in peace. Please don't cry.
'Cause we'll get reborn as a beetle next time.
Onikabuto, raise your heart.
To a world beyond the storm of rosy skies.
This is not a clap your hands type of song, Traveler. What are you doing?
So that's rock music, huh? It's a little different than...
Really? It's so.
Okay, Bullchuck.
Oh, stop.
Here.
I call it a draw.
You think? Okay, well, what about you, my compadre? Who do you think is the most rock and roll? That's right, compadre. You tell him. Behold the majesty.
Traitor! That's it!
Let's not argue. I owe you all an.
Don't mention it, Jack.
The spirit...
It means.
Yeah, that's obviously.
Funny you should say that. Guess I have a better.
What about you, Yoimiya? Oh, well, was that supposed? There was no injured animal. Oh, so for Yoimiya, the rock and roll spirit is all about me?
Shinobu,
Paimon agrees. Wait, where is that guy anyway? Oh, as for the other.
The fact that Ito, what can I say?
a lot of people only showed up. How's that sound?
Your Excellency, I believe the Tenryou could.
Don't worry about it, Goro. The puppy union, we saved some.
If someone with an.
Don't worry.
Really?
Times have changed. We and Naruka, so it's not. Goro, if you.
Miss Heen?
I hear she works for That's Life magazine as well. And she seems to be.
I learned something new today. I never knew that the Hydro Nation's rock music had the power to stir up.
Miko, a few days ago, some strange paper notes flew into Tenshukaku, demanding that I hand over the dog. As it happens, I've never...
So tell me, how do you plan to respond to the Fontanian musician?
The war. I'm not sure we could, but if nothing else...
But what if...
If it cannot be avoided, I will have no choice but to fight.
What a fucking idiot.
Well, if that, I'm sure that everyone here tonight will fight, but...
Wait, what? Yeah, whatever.
Hey, traveler. Thanks. Sure.
Thank you. Okay, we can actually fucking do the event now. This is not on beat. What the fuck is going on? Okay. This is better. Wow. Okay, let's do the real one now. This is too quiet, though.
Hey, traveler. Sure. No.
Whoa. What the fuck? What was that at the end? Yo! Calm down! Jesus Christ! We didn't get 90, we gotta do it again. This is the wrong... Why was it... did I not click on it? Whatever. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck. I think that was worse. No, that was a lot better. What the fuck? Your keyboard sound makes it so much better. Thank you, thank you. What's this one? Oh, that's Risley. God, it's so awful. This one's actually fun, though. I kind of want to see if I can get 10k. What? Okay. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Fuck. Okay, we got 10k. We got 10k, that's all I care about. That's all I care about. That was good enough. That was 95. We take those. This is the hardest mode? Yeah, it is. Like, it's not insanely difficult because I can still get 95% as someone who's fucking ass at, yeah. I can't do the fan-made ones because I don't have N-key rollover or whatever it's called. The thing that lets you play, or that lets you press on multiple keys at once. And all the fucking custom ones have, like, fucking... whatever the fuck. Like, they all have too many notes at once. Like, I like, physically can't do it. Like, my keyboard literally will not register that many inputs at once. You play piano, it's kind of similar? Yeah, kinda. What keyboard do you even have? I have, like, a fucking early 2000s or late 1990s fucking slim USB keyboard. I think it's early 2000s. You get a newer one in a yard sale? I could, yeah. But I like my keyboard. It's chill. You know, it's a nice keyboard. Like, it's not a good keyboard, but it's nice and I like it. I like the sounds it makes. I like that it's cheap. I like that I could find another one of the same quality for like $3. Like, I don't know. I feel like there is no... Other than N key rollover, which is only an issue when I'm trying to play rhythm games, there is literally no reason to get a keyboard that is new. Like, what are you doing? Who do you think you are? Why do you need a better keyboard? Fighting games? Yeah, I guess fighting games as well, but why are you playing a fighting game not on a controller? Like, huh?
Brings a smile to my face. Time to go.
I'm a programmer? Yeah, why do you need a better keyboard? Do you need to press 7 keys at the same time as a programmer? I don't think so. Yes? Why? When? Vim? Okay, I don't know what that is. I'm a professional type racer? You never need to press more than 1 key at once on type racer. What? Yeah, we're gonna... An old keyboard works for this, okay? It's fine.
Carry memories of my home. This blade.
Okay, like...
It is the last link I have to the day of my birth.
So slow, damn. Alright, fuck you. Oh, Paul, we maxed this out. Oh, is it over? Pog! You're gonna do the 2.2 quest on Sunday as always? I don't know. I don't really care about the Star Rail quest, honestly. I'm experiencing Star Rail burnout. Like, it kind of just, I don't know. You're watching UE's video? I saw it in my recommended right as I was about to start stream. I'll probably watch it later today. I watched the first like 2 minutes, but it was getting late and I had to start stream. Or more Winset. I'm actually not farming Winset right now. I'm farming for Topaz and Robin Traces. And yesterday... So... Do you guys want to know the thing I wanted to tell you guys earlier, or do you still not want to? It's Star Rail related. No. Yeah, okay. I ended up giving in and going for Topaz's light cone. Laws of 50-50? No, I got it. It's not 50-50, it's like 80% to get it. Because it's like, it's supposed to be 75, but it's fucked. Where apparently if you lose the 75-25, then which one you get is randomized between the remaining options. but the signature is put in those remaining options. So you can lose your 75-25 and still get like the 1 out of, I don't know how many Lycons there are to get the Lycon anyways. So it's a little bit higher than 75 apparently. Like 78, something like that, yeah. TGS did a tier list video? Oh goodness. The meta of Genshin Impact 4.6.
Guys, today
Let's do what you're not supposed to do with tier lists. And scroll to the end. Oh, it's for this abyss specifically, I see. Gaming is a fucking take of all time. Jesus Christ.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I don't know about this one. Coming in perfect for this abyss is insane, yeah. I'm just very taken aback.
Time to go.
Try Gaming with C6 and I needed a decent amount of retries for things to line up. Yeah, that's the Gaming experience. Like, that's straight up just the Gaming experience. That's expected. Like, this chamber is not very good for Gaming. They move too much. This chamber's, like, fine, but... This chamber's fine, but... Then first side... Okay. Not great. And pretty ass. Eh. Yeah, Chode, it's gonna take a while. What's up? And don't get me wrong, Gumming is far from bad, but he's also not perfect for this abyss. Maybe we can do a gumming run, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with it, I think. But I'm down. Fuck it. Let's do it. Why am I doing this to myself? Don't know. I really don't want to do melt. Maybe I do melt. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I guess we can do melt, but I don't like it. Ugh. Okay. What do we do second side? Oh, fuck me, man. I hate playing Bennett first side, because then I can't play Bennett second side, and the second side is cringe.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not.
Just Nevillet. Nevillet doesn't break the fucking shields, though. I guess Nahida does. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Chat, how many times do you guys think I'm gonna die? At least 8. I don't think I'm dying 8 times. If it were me, I would guess 3 times.
Think you can bully me? Can't handle your drink.
You can't run. Punishment. Teamwork is strength.
Mighty mythical beast!
Okay. We got through this part without too much of an issue because we managed to dodge our stuff well. But I can't start another fucking rotation. And they're not grouped and I'm not critting and I hate this.
Judgment. Let's light it up. You can't run. Judgment.
Grow, grow. The Temple of Wisdom.
Let's get it on.
Let the mighty be humble. Cheap tricks. Cut you in. Settle down.
Hey,
Let's move.
There is no escape.
committed to memory. Sharing my
Where
knowledge.
are you? Buckle up.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
What? You didn't take fall damage from that? Okay, dude. Sure.
Illusion shattered.
Everyone hold it.
Having fun. Banquet must go on.
Settle down.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves at home.
Let's get it on.
Let the mighty be humble.
Let my magic begin.
Okay, surely there's fall damage from this, right? Yeah, okay.
Think you can bully me?
Yeah, we're gonna have to reset this. I just want to figure out what the timing is.
Up to it, Monsai!
Shake it and stick.
Yeah, you can't run.
Diana, start.
Punishment.
Think you can bully me?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Many happy returns!
I mean, this is like not great, but that's kind of to be expected.
Shake it and yeah.
Gao Ming's rotations just do not allow for him to swap out properly for stuff like this.
Congratulations!
I don't want to use burst, but I think I might have to.
Shake it and
I don't know if I have enough time now.
There is no escape.
hey. Sharing my knowledge.
Look alive.
The tides beckon. Your
Fine.
journey ends.
Some target practice. Rest your wings
Everyone
and
hold
raise
it.
a shard. Illusion shattered. Your go.
Make yourselves at home.
Buckle up.
Let the mighty be humble. Into the ground. Settle down.
Goodbye. But we'll meet again.
let me make sure I don't. Oh, I fucked that up really badly. Yeah, that's not good enough. I wanted to kill them one at a time and group them, but I guess Nebula's AoE is too good. Okay, so I think I actually have to wait here.
Think you can bully me? Can't have job. Shiver. I'm going in.
Mighty mythical beast.
Ah, fuck. It's Jover. Yeah, no.
Can't run.
The timing's different when you have a Bennett E in there. I gotta figure out what the timing is supposed to be. Maybe actually I can probably just do this.
Judgment. Punishment. Everybody stand back.
Up to it, Manzai.
Think you can bully me?
Adventure. Lights out.
Never mind, that's fucking Jover.
Mighty mythical beast.
Well, fuck.
Adventure time. Let's light it up, judgment. Shine down.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
You ain't messing around. Look
I hate these enemies so much, and I hate that Dea doesn't get resistance to an option during her E animation.
Finally, some target practice. Pressure waves and raises charm.
Settle down.
Where do you think you're going?
Oops.
Everyone hold hands.
Buckle up.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Goodbye.
But we'll
I'll just group them this time. I'm gonna bother with the.
Settle down.
let's get it on.
A minute to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Grow, grow, grow.
Look alive. They're dead meat.
This may hurt a little. Everyone hold hands.
Right. Og. Oh, we got skill damage. Wait, no, that's ass. Oh. I forgot. Never mind.
Many happy returns.
Oh my god.
Alley-oop.
No, you.
You can't run. Lights out. Teamwork is strength.
Mighty mythical beast.
I didn't crit. Oh, he just barely survived.
Can't handle you.
Punishment. I'm going in.
Up to it, Manzai.
That was fine. But, like, it wasn't good, you know?
Make yourself a move.
I actually don't want to use Daya. I need to keep my application.
There is no escape.
Wait, I don't have my ult. Fuck. Wait, never mind. I forgot. You can shatter this shield.
Illusion shattered.
Bow your head.
Commit to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Let's get it on.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
This might hurt a little.
There is no escape.
Let the mighty be humble. One more sin upon your soul. Bow your head.
Okay. So, yeah, as expected, it felt like ass. It looked good. The thing is, in this abyss, by far, the more difficult side is the second side. And you should have Bennett in your second side. Which makes basically any team that uses Bennett that you would want to play on the first side pretty fucking worthless. Because you're slowing yourself down by playing that team because Bennett's not on the second side. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I am... Yeah. Not convinced. And then if you're playing him second side, why would you play him over Zhengling? Right? Like you're just fucking yourself over by putting yourself in situations where his strict rotations compared to Zhengling's flexible rotations significantly hurts your clear time. I don't know. I'm really not convinced about Gaming being perfect for this abyss. Look at his reasoning. Sure, we can.
Genjin characters based on so the continuous pyro application at least one shining even more pyro supports well, like for example Breezy in his feels good on both sides, healing. So they and the connections and multiple thought. So even if the second top blessings that will bring in the highest abyss, then I would put Arlecchino, Line, and Gaming in the highest tier. Like I think they're the best pyro DPS for this patch because they have very good single target ceiling damage, but their AoE potential is also pretty great. They're very flexible carries. Line with his front load like the burst, Arlecchino with his combos, Gaming with the plunges. So they feel pretty nice to use in all the rooms. I think Arlecchino is the best out of the three because she just feels smoother, easier to play, while Line can feel a bit clunky with the charge attacks. Gaming can feel very clunky if you don't have his Constellation 6, and even with the Constellation 6, it's not as smooth as Arlecchino really, but all three of them, when fully optimized, they will smash this abyss, like they will destroy it. Then I would put Hu Tao in great.
Yeah, so there's no actual arguments for it, he's just saying he's there because he's there. So there's nothing to really, like, argue with, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, right? I think having a Gaming team on the first side is good, right? The problem is that Gaming teams without Bennett are ass. And if you're not playing Bennett on the second side, you are nerfing yourself. Have you tried EP spamming with Joy? Like, that's what I was doing. You'd rather Quicken topside and bottom side pyro? Yeah, I agree. Like, the default recommendation for teams for this Abyss is you have your Bennett team on the second side, and then whatever you have left on the first side. Which is very, very, like, flexible, right? You can pretty much do anything as long as you have either Fischl or a Pyro unit on the first side. Or even just an Uzia unit. Any of those three, and that's enough to deal with a shield. I don't know. I just... Yeah. This team is real, I've played it, it's fine for sustained rotations as well. It's not real for this Abyss. How are you breaking Coppelius' shield with this? You're wasting 2 whole ass no. Wait, how much app is his skill? Is it 1 or 2U? It's 1U, right? You're losing 600k DPR. Bottom side? Your Pyro Shield is gonna take an hour to destroy, no? Not a lot of teams anyways. Yeah, and that's why they're not good on the second side this Abyss. Like, this Abyss very much highly incentivizes playing some form of vape teams. Or at least some form of team that has Hydro and Bennett. Like, this is fair as, like, a team in general. But in this Abyss, I'm not. Coming plus a crowd should be alright, right? It's fine for the Lectors, but it's gonna be ass for the Baptist. It's also going to be hard to play for this side, right? Because one, the Pyro Agents are going to take a fucking while because you have no real strong source of stagger or grouping. You're basically wasting a rotation on this, then a rotation if you don't have C6 2 rotations on this, and then another rotation on this before the shields. And then realistically, if you play really well, one more rotation. That's 5 rotations, that's a long ass fucking time. $18 times 5 equals 90 seconds for the Abyss. Okay, you're actually delusional. Like, I'm sorry, but if you think that in practice this team has 18 seconds rotations, in this Abyss, you're actually delusional. I really don't know what else to say. That is not what is going to happen. Go do it. Record some footage of you doing 5 rotations in this chamber in 90 seconds. Fuck. If you manage to do it in 95 seconds, I'll take that as good enough.
Time to go.
But yeah, I mean, like, again, right? At the end of the day, Gumming is playable for this Abyss. Just tried C6 Gumming as well. He was good, but yeah, second team felt like shit. Yeah, because taking your Bennett out of your first side is just so rough. Wait, sorry. Taking your Bennett out of your second side is just so rough.
Time to go.
Gumming is one of the better DPSs for this Abyss. I mean, yes and no. I definitely think he's above average because at the end of the day, this blessing is a fucking huge deal. And that gives him a really big edge versus non-pyro carries. But yeah. I liked Burgeon second side. I've tested Burgeon a bit. The main issue I ran into is that the shield breaking just takes too fucking long if you're playing Toma. So you have to play like Bennett Burgeon or Shenling Burgeon. But those teams are pretty good. Channeling Burgeon is real and not fake, I can assure you guys. The biggest, like, issue with Channeling Burgeon is that healing is rough. Like, survivability is rough. It's kind of only really a thing with Kokomi. And even then, it's not that great. ER? I've talked about this before. Channeling's ER is really not that bad in those kinds of teams. Can Burgeon ever be actually great without a dedicated unit like Nilo? What do you mean by dedicated unit? Do you mean a unit that, like, actually strictly says Burgeon damage increased by X? Or, like, something else, like, ooh, Burgeon does this X new thing? If that's what you're asking, then yes, Burgeon can very much be good without that. But can Burgeon actually be good and competitive without units that are designed around it, or with it in mind? Not really. The main thing about Burgeon is that burning is not actually a useless reaction, right? Very often it's a hurtful reaction that will make things worse, but it does have some properties that can be positive in some circumstances, right? A good example of that is the Bain-Marie teams, right? With Risley, Farina, Baiju with Xiangling. The burning is helping you melt and vape a bit more than you would without it. The main thing is that we just don't have units either that are all that great at doing off-field pyro in a way that's good for Burgeon, right? Like, we don't have a Pyro Kuki or a Pyro Raiden. All the Burgeon units are either incredibly burst dependent or just not very good at Burgeon. And that you specifically... Okay. When you're playing a Hyper Bloom team, your Hydro unit can either apply a lot of Hydro, in which case you get a lot of Hyper Bloom seeds, and that's Pog. Or it can apply a smaller amount of Hydro, in which case you get more quicken uptime, and that's also Pog. Right? The thing about applying more Hydro in Burgeon teams is that very often, well, like, the main advantage of the Burning Aura, unlike the Quicken Aura or the Electrocharge Aura, is that you can use it to vape stuff. So, in order to take proper advantage of it, you would want a Hydro unit that hits slow enough that you can vape all of their hits, and that has ICD that lines up with it, and, like, slow, big hits. But the problem with that is that that's not even really enough, because if you have slow, big hits, you're just triggering vape, you're not triggering bloom. Right, if I'm...
Time to prod. A minute to incinerate.
Alright, we got a bloom here because we had 2 hits right in a row. But outside of that, you can see we're barely triggering bloom at all. We got another one over there. Because every time we apply Pyro, we get a burning aura, and when you apply Hydro and a burning aura, you only have enough Hydro to trigger Vape. You don't have enough Hydro to get through the burning aura and also trigger Bloom. However, some units can go through the aura and trigger Bloom.
Come on, don't keep.
Right, so if I do a similar setup, and I just use Child's E, we get Vape on it and we get Bloom. That's because Child's E is 2 units of Hydro, not 1. So it's enough to get through the burning aura and trigger Bloom. Now, if you have a unit like that, as well as a good off-field Pyro that can effectively be built like Raiden can in Hyper Bloom teams, where you only have to care about their EM because they do everything with just skill, then you end up with a way to enable consistent forward vape. But instead of your Pyro unit not doing that much damage because they're not triggering reactions, and maybe, you know, it's a unit that your Hydro unit doesn't synergize with Bennett, so you don't really want to play Bennett in the team. So they also don't get a Bennett buff. Instead of them being worthless, they still apply a bunch of, or they still hit Burgeon Seeds pretty often and do some off-field damage through that. Right? And with that, Burgeon could be an incredibly strong reaction. It's just because Burning is a much more specific reaction than Electrocharge or Quicken, right? It's very, very restricted in what it can do. Then you have to pretty much build units with Burning in mind.
I'll remind you again.
And with Burgeon in mind in order to actually make them shine in a Burgeon team. How about a Hydro Plunge unit that does 2 follow-up Hydro attacks instantly after the plunge? That could be cool. That would work, I think.
Sometimes the laws are compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict.
You'd effectively be forced to play them in a Burning team, because in a normal Pyro team, doing 2 Hydro attacks, I mean, maybe just 1, not 2. But in a Pyro team, like in a normal off-field Pyro, applying Hydro twice in a row would make you end up with a Hydro aura, which you wouldn't want. But yeah, that's something that could work. Like, you could have 1 big hit to you, or you can have 2 no ICD hits that are 1U into 1U. That would work as well. Yes? Your shield won't last that long, though.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
All right. What does diminishing returns mean? Someone said when you eat one cake, it's very tasty, but if you eat 10 cakes in a row, they don't taste as good. I have a better way to use this analogy. So, the true meaning of diminishing return is basically that. If you have
The case before us.
one cake, it's gonna be really good. Or like one slice of cake, right? Then the second slice of cake, you've already had a slice of cake, so it's not quite as, fulfilling. And you're starting to be more full. And the more slices of cake you eat, the more full you feel. And eventually, you start to actually just straight up not gain anything from the slice of cake because it's just so... You're already so full, you basically can't eat it. Right? That being said, a lot of people that are not fucking math nerds use diminishing returns in a slightly inaccurate way. But honestly, who cares that it's inaccurate? It gets the point across. Where it's more so, if you eat a slice of cake every day, right? The first day is going to be really cool. The 100th day, it's still going to be nice. But you're kind of used to it by now. So it doesn't make as much of a difference to your day. Right? It's not that it doesn't give you anything. It's still a nice pog slice of cake. But you're kind of used to it, so it doesn't do it for you quite as much, right?
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Chat, what the fuck is going on with Eurovision right now? Any knowers?
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
You're looking at Twitter again? Yes.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Dutch participant can't participate because ongoing trial, but Israel allowed while doing genocide, basically? I see. Israel is allowed to perform, and the singer is a very proud Zionist. She plans to join the IDF after the contest. Fucking yikers.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict.
Fucking yikers.
Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right. case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed.
Hmm. Hi Zajef, I've been testing out Arlecchino Chevaleur's team and found that the most comfortable Electro unit to place is Raiden by herself and a flex slot. What are your thoughts about that? So, okay. You know, I talked about Raiden as a Chevaleur's teammate for Linny back when Chevaleur's was released. I don't know if I like it as much for Arlecchino because Arlecchino's rotations are a lot more flexible. But I can see it being a pretty comfortable thing to play, sure. What options do I have with Risley and Farina going to pull her in 4.7? What do you mean by that? Oh no. I didn't mean to aggro him! Yunfei, why is your rage so large? Bro, what are you... Okay, man. Is it time for the pre-release? I don't know, man. I'm so unmotivated to do pre-releases.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two...
Okay, so... Siduin is effectively... designed as a healer for Farina that isn't really supposed to be played with anyone else. So let's take a look at how much damage you get from the new buffed version of her passive. So, Base HP 15,307. HP percent 46.6% times 2 plus 25% plus, I don't know, 30 from subs. Flat HP. Let's say 20 from subs. Okay. Crit value 98.4 plus 62.2 plus 20 times 6.6 plus 24 from festering. Damage percent. And then motion value, what is it? 13.7.5? I always forgot. I always forgot. How many hits do you get from each Farina summon again? Is it 13.7.5? 13.6.4? 13.7.4? It's something like that, but I don't remember exactly. Do you have a save cheat? Nope. $14.65 for 21 seconds. Sure, we can take a look at that. Okay, how much HP is your Siege Wind gonna have? What set is she gonna be on? Probably Clam. So it's like 45 plus K, probably like 50K. If you go for like an HP weapon, one of the 3 stars. Let's look at 50K for now. So 20 times 80 times 10. So it's like an 11% increase to Farina's damage. And that's all she does offensively. Increases your support's, one of your support's damage by 11%. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you get a little bit of clam damage as well. Right? You get like another... How much can you even get? What's 3 maxed out clam procs? It's 27, 24, right? 24.3%, 24.3k each. It's like 75k. Wait, no, it's not. Is this physical damage or true damage? I forgot. It's physical damage, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's basically 75k damage. Look, it's true damage. Abyss Blessings that do shockwave damage do the same amount of damage to enemies no matter what their resistances are. Okay, chat. Let's brainstorm. Is there a team where Sijuin would actually be useful? Is there a team where you kind of don't have a good slot for a healer and Sijuin could be slotted in? They have vape? Don't you want to use Bennett already? That doesn't sound good. Yai, Farina, Nahida? No. Why? I mean, like, you'd rather use Baiju, right?
The case before us.
Nahida, Raiden, and Farina? Again, you'd rather use Baiju. Freeze? You'd rather use Kokomi? Nevilette, Farina, Sijuin, Kazuha. If she can be used for damage during the team's downtime, maybe. Then again, you don't have interruption res. I mean, what downtime? But also, that sounds like it would just be worse than running Baiju again. Like you lose a stack on Neuvillette. You don't even gain Hydro Resonance.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help.
Sijuan Alhaitham Farina Fischl. Why not Kuki? Like, you're not proccing your seeds here. Sijuan will get you better Farina uptime. Or, like, better Farina fanfare, but it's just not gonna work. Like, it's not gonna be enough. Like, why do you have 2 Hydro units on a team where you don't have a reliable way to trigger Hyper Bloom? Navia, Chiori, Farina. No, because that team can afford to spend time to on-field Kokomi. And if you on-field Kokomi, she's just better. Plus TDDS. Like, part of me doesn't want to do the pre-release now because I don't have anything positive to say. And there's still a chance that she gets more buffs, right?
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature.
But if you want to on-field Navia, TDDS does more for that team than
Discipline in its own right.
Sijuan's whole kit. Yeah, like, next beta should be on Monday, right? Like, this last beta was delayed because it was a holiday, but the next one shouldn't be. So maybe there's gonna be changes in, like, 2 days. Maybe it's better if I hold off the pre-release again. I feel bad about it, because I definitely clickbaited you guys with the title, but... Hmm.
The case before us.
What do you think they could change to fix Sijuan?
Unprecedented one indeed.
I don't know if they are gonna want to. But realistically, give her the 8 bounces that she gets from C1 in the base kit,
Oh, Lord of Geo.
so that she can at least be used as a fine off-field Hydro
That we cannot afford for the codices to
option. But that's not enough. I mean, I like the buff that they did, right? Like, it wasn't enough, but I like the direction of it. Like, I think making this buff actually significant could be good. I've seen a lot of people suggest that it should work like Shenhe, in the sense that instead of having 10 total, it should be 10 per character. I don't actually think that's enough, because even if it is 10 per character, like, it's fucking 10% damage increase. Like, the fuck kind of... That's still not very good. Realistically, in order for her to actually be worth something, here's what I would do, right? Make it so that everyone can apply it, right? It's 10 each. Make it so Sijuin can also apply it. Make it so your on-fielder can also apply it, so actually all the characters on your team. And, like, triple the damage of it. Then she's worth something. Just making it so that everyone can use it isn't enough because it's just not a very big buff. You still don't want to put her on your team just for this. Like, you actually have to significantly increase the damage for it to be worth it. The thing is, I don't think they're going to do that because I think she's aimed at casual players. She's a character that has AoE full heal on skill, like Baiju. Right? Like, I think she's just actually aimed at casual players.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Is it not standard? I don't think so. I actually think her cons are good enough that I don't think she's gonna be standard. Anyways, I think that's it for the Genshin for the day. We can actually play a little bit of Honk. I don't think I'm gonna play Hades on stream today. Wow, Robin's new album Inside launches today. Me askers in chat. Okay, so I got her light cone. I don't have enough stuff to actually level it to 90, so it's 79. Today I think we're gonna farm for talents or traces or whatever.
Let's you find the answer. 1,000 wonders. Fight as one. Let's feeling spiffy.
Beauty is eternal.
Trivia category mods! Mods!
Rigid and fleeting. I will protect
Mods!
Feeling spiffy.
my oath. Beauty is eternal. I will protect all beauty.
Can you find the answer? 1,000 wonders. Fight as one.
Until I will protect all beauty. beauty.
Yeah! Feeling spiffy?
Till I will protect all beauty.
Yeah! I'll go.
Till I will protect all beauty.
Okay. One more. I have streamlined the process of doing this
Thousand wonders.
this place, this thing, whatever.
Let's play feeling spiffy?
My guide, wretched and fleecy.
This calyx, yes, thank you.
All beauty.
That is the word I was looking for.
Yeah! I'll go.
Beauty is eternal.
I could probably do it with my eyes closed, honestly.
Yeah! Let's feeling spiffy?
Till I will protect all beauty.
Let's play. Can you find the answer? 1,000 minus 1! I'll go.
My own wretched and fleecy. I will protect all beauty.
Yeah! Feeling
He
spiffy?
becomes autoplay, yeah.
Beauty is eternal. I will protect all beauty.
Yeah! Let's go.
Till I
Please lower the in-game volume.
all beauty.
Fine. I'm actually down to try to do it with my eyes closed.
Let's play. Can you find the answer? 1,000 wonders to raise your spirits. Minus 1! I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy?
Wretched and fleecy. Protect all beauty.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I was like, I didn't hear the new wave summon spawn, but I guess there isn't one.
Yeah!
Beauty is eternal. I will protect all beauty.
Let's be friends. Yeah!
Fuck, what order is this again?
Feeling spiffy?
My guiding light. Wretched and fleecy. I will protect all beauty.
Let's play. Can you find the answer? 1,000 wonders to raise your spirits. Minus 1!
Till I see. I will protect all beauty.
Yeah! Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Till I will protect all beauty.
Let's be friends.
That's wrong.
Yeah! I'll go easy this time.
Shit.
Till I see
Something went
the
wrong.
light. I will protect all beauty.
What went wrong? Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, we did it. Pog. Nothing went wrong. I think I use an Argentine normal attack. I'm guessing it's because something didn't crit. A dude surviving the auto with Argentine? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Because I used normal attack and it was supposed to be Tingyun, and then I heard Tingyun's turn voice line, and I was like, huh? You'll be able to level up one talent with all of that, thanks Honkai Star Rail. True! I should be able to do like 2. Yeah, 2. I guess we can do that as well, but it's kind of worthless. Whatever. All right. Let's do this, chat. Elation! Nice. That's a bog elation one, too.
Listen to the final song of Resident all together. Let the valuation begin.
Answer me.
I hope for an end to strife
Little
in the world.
fucking shit.
I hit the mark, huh?
Easy, Numby. Liquidation!
Watch your head.
That's good enough. No, it's not. Elation! 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 Fuck. These are all ass.
Harmony and unison. Let the valuation...
Test.
Oh, I got the 40%. Oh,
No dirty tricks over here.
how did I not? Wait,
May song bring us victory.
how? I don't even know, man. Better, I think.
Resident all together.
Ah.
Go Numby!
No, Nubby!
I'm asking questions. Answer me.
I hope for an end to... Easy, Numby.
Test.
Isn't this really good for Topaz? Like, it's kind of asked for everyone else, but Topaz is like the one character that generates a lot of energy through her follow-ups. Right, because her skill and normal are considered follow-ups. Right? I mean, this is just better, but still, it's interesting. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Plus 400. Cosmic Ultras Part 3? No. Ooh, Universal Dancer is really fucking good too, though. Holy. Hey, we got lucky too, nice. These are not elation, what the fuck? Yo!
Hey, you.
Feeling
Time
lucky.
to check your
Hey.
books.
Bro!
Feeling lucky.
For the theater of the...
Let the show begin.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I kind of order rolled, but it's okay.
Investing in victory means playing the VOD game.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Dangerous thoughts. Harmony and unity.
Watch your head.
I'm asking questions. Answer me. 0
Welcome to renew your definition. So high. Let me show
I actually don't have a lot of damaging ults. I think this is better on this team. I already have so many follow-up attacks. These are ass, though. Actually, I have a lot of money. This is pretty good. Oh, triple. That's interesting. That could be good. Wait, isn't this insane? Yeah, that's actually really good. Elation!
sneaking around. Get all together.
Sure, I'll play along.
Let the valuation begin. Go Nappy!
60%. Easy clap. Fuck.
Liquidation!
That's quite good. Wait, what is this, dude? What the fuck? Holy. You're gonna do the Trailblaze quest today? No, I don't think so.
To the harmony and unity.
Hedge your bets.
Low risk, high reward.
Why did that give energy to my whole fucking team? Oh, it didn't. It's just that it was enough to get Robin's ult, and so I got two burstful animations at the same time. Okay, never mind. Come on, 80%. Nice.
0 points.
Is your Robin on Von Whack? You know it. Thank you for the raid. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Kiostin V? Kios, I don't know. Oh shit, double raid. Thank you for the raid, KQ. How am I supposed to pronounce it? Any knowers in chat? Wait. Followers off. Followers off. Kiostin V? Okay. You pronounce it well? Pog.
Get all together.
Easy, Nappy. Liquidation!
Oh, really? Just in time for singing? No. Sorry. Not happening. Not happening, sorry. Both you do and Sam will deal more damage than the full follow-up attack team combined. Pretend like everything is fine and cry myself to sleep. Is what I'm gonna do. Start singing to scare the raiders away. I will once I... Yeah, I'm done. Ooh, nice. I will once I use Robin's ult, and we're going into an elite, so we will.
Oh, the bigger the risk.
Come on.
For the theater of the mediocre.
The market is unpredictable. Investing in victory means playing the VOD game.
The dice have been cast. Bust.
I should actually hold off a little,
Take it off.
so I can use Robin's E, and then do this.
SAS, knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Watch your head.
Yeah, I should also do this.
0 points.
Sure, I'll play along.
Let the valuation begin.
Answer me.
Stars echo.
Welcome to my world. My definition. World so high. Definition. No more ties. Wait, fuck, I should have... it's fine. Wait. No. No! Why are you not happy?
Watch your head.
Easy, Numby.
Oh,
Go, Numby.
I'm a little scared here. We're gonna do this so we don't die. Ooh, elation. It's not the right one, but it's fine. Sure. I'm not doing it. I don't care. Suck my balls. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. You cannot make me. I don't. Why is this defense? Whatever, I'll keep it. Let's get a curio here. These are ass. This does literally nothing. I have like one fight left, and none of my techniques deal damage. Wow, this is terrible. Yikes. That is ass. What the fuck?
Hedge your bets.
Low risk, high reward. Liquidation.
Your answers? A test. 0 points.
Let the value go, Numby.
Wait.
Watch your head.
Why am I doing this? I don't know.
Bust.
I saw the shiny button and I clicked on it because it was shiny.
Easy, Numby.
do this.
I hope for an end to strife in the world.
Oh no. Not attack boost.
Sure, I'll play along, huh?
May song bring us victory. We all together.
I'm asking. A test.
Come on, 60%
Evaluate.
Hedge your bet.
game sucks.
Easy go, nappy.
These are not elation. These are not elation either. What the fuck? Nice. Oh, we got sensory pursuit. Old age business. Let's go for an occurrence. History fictionologists. Old age business. 1 3-star blessing of elation. That sounds good. Plus 40% follow up. Pog. And we have a lot of money. We can enhance like basically everything. Okay.
Oh, the bigger the risk, the better the reward.
For the theater of the meeting.
The show begins.
Feeling lucky.
We did not get a augers.
The market is unready. Investing in victory, and even playing the VOD game.
The dice have bust.
Do you guys think I can kill it
Maybe I'll take it all.
just from this start? Probably, right? I didn't get a rainbow though, which is kind of bad. But I guess it doesn't really matter.
I hope we're in harmony and unity.
Nummy is fucking putting in some work. Jesus Christ.
Doors echo. Welcome to renew your definition.
The dice have bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I fucked up. It's fine. I don't think it matters.
The measure of truth and falsehood.
The market is unpredictable. Investing in victory, and even playing the VOD game.
It definitely doesn't matter.
The dice have bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
0 points.
The market is unpredictable. Investing in victory, and even playing the VOD game.
SAS knowledge. The measure of truth and falsehood. 0 points.
Confiscated.
Victory wherever in doubt.
Definition, world so high, let it shine. Wow. 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 Does this game not have a platinum trophy? What does that mean? What is that all about? I almost have enough to R5 the next one. It's probably going to be this one for Fushan. So I can leave Japar's Lycon and a bunch of it and just chill. What's up, Nick? How are you? Erudition like on next match, yeah, but it's so ass. Like, it's actually so fucking bad. I'm pretty sure it's worse than the 4 stars. It stacks? Wait, what do you mean by that? It got buffed? Oh, did it? Oz? It's 28% attack, basically. And maybe speed. But I guess you can R5 it, so it's actually 40, 56. 50? Is it? No. It does not scale linearly. Oh, that is cringe. Why? Okay, it's 52. Okay. Okay, that's not that bad, actually. That's not that bad, actually. It's kind of ass outside of pure fiction, though. I don't know what, sure. If I get higher base stats, those stats are not even that much higher. It's what's like 50 more base attack. I mean, that's good, but it's not. Yeah, erudition units outside of pure fiction. You wanna explain what you mean by that? Hmm? You wanna explain what you mean by that? Bro, also, how is my crit ratio this good, man? Like, what is going on with this character, man? And I even have another crit trace I didn't get yet. Lycone carries? Yeah, it does. It does, it does. But also actually have some pretty decent relics, you know? Like, that's alright. That's alright. That's kind of ass. That's fine. This one's not as good. And this one's like, oh, it's fine. This one's pretty good. But 5 foot. True! The one problem I have right now is that my characters are too fast. Like, I need to find a way to slow them down. Hey, maybe I just use this, honestly. It's just, I want them to be at the same amount of speed as each other. And, like, relatively low. Why? Because it just works so well with Robin to have low speed on your carries. Topaz should use basic attack? Not really. She alternates generally. It depends on whether or not you need to use Amatsurin's skill for defense. But if you don't, then she actually skills pretty often. You tried a 3-star MOC now? I can't do it.
Forgotten Hall.
I don't have a team that is good against Amatsurin. Right? Because one, Imaginary Res makes the IPC team kind of ass. And two, this team is not good at winning the gambles. Not have Clara yet? No. I'm getting closer and closer, though. Right? 253 out of 300 for Clara.
Do you want to enter the Forgotten Hall?
Yeah, like if I had it like actually properly fully invested, I'd be able to do it, but I don't, so it's just not gonna be enough. You try it? I gave it a shot, it's not even close. Sambo Kafka. Well, Sambo's level 59 and I don't really intend on leveling him. Pure Fiction. I also can't do Pure Fiction. I don't have good enough AoE teams. Like, my Herda's level 49. She has actually pretty good relics, right? Like, she's got pretty decent stats. But, like, level 49 is a pretty big issue. And, like, similar deal for my level 60 Himiko. Although right now it did not build. Because I gave her relics to Topaz. To stop farming Windset. You know, I actually haven't farmed Windset in, like, a week. I don't think I've farmed Windset since Robin came out. I guess that's not a week, right? Like 4 days. Still. 2-star MOC 12 is fairly impressive considering how your account looked a few weeks ago. I mean, 2-star MOC 12 was made possible literally as soon as I got Avanzarin. Like, literally, it was the only thing that was holding me back from it. I can 2-star pretty comfortably now. Using characters that I haven't improved since I got Avanzarin, right? Who can use Windset? Everyone. Everyone can use Windset. No, but it's really good on Sparkle, really good on Tingyun, really good on Pilla. And those are 3 of the units I use the most, so.
Peace. Peace is above all things.
Have you seen how good Hat MC is? I mean, I saw, or I looked into Hat MC a while ago when we got first leaks, and then when he got like changed. My impression of it was that he was not really better than the other options and didn't really enable too much other than maybe Shui stuff. But like for an MC, really good. Yeah, like, Had MC is basically Boot Hill Light. Had MC, is that what we're calling him? I mean, someone asked about Had MC and I like the name, so I think so, yes. Firefly is unplayable without Had MC. Yeah, that might be fair. Because Firefly doesn't have Super Break in her kit, right? And she doesn't actually scale off of Break outside of, like, the Break into attack conversion. No, she scales off of Break on her ult, right? But, like, the scaling isn't that good, right? So, like, Super Break from Hot MC isn't redundant, so it's actually really good. Or it should be. I think that makes sense. It's the attack into break effect, I see. Or enhanced skill has some break skill. Oh, I see. That's what has the break skilling. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like, the main thing about Hot MC is that what Hot MC does is it effectively gives you decent break scaling. But if you already have good break scaling, then Hot MC is being pretty redundant, and you'd probably rather have another buffer or debuffer that buffs something else. So, like, for Boot Hill, I don't expect Hot MC to be all that good. Right, because with Boot Hill, you absolutely... I mean, for any of those break teams, you really, really want to run May. And then you want to run a defensive option. And then your last slot can be Hot MC, but for Boot Hill, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Sparkle is just so much better. Or maybe Bronya, actually. I don't know. There's anything that just ends up being a significant speed buff. Bronya over Sparkle with Boot Hill is what I've heard. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, the Super Break from Harmony MC isn't as good as the Super Break from Boot Hill. So you'd rather have 2 Boot Hill turns than increase your Super Break damage with Harmony MC, right? I'm just sad that Firefly doesn't function without Hot MC. Wish she was like Boot Hill. I mean, I haven't looked into it too much, but like, if that is actually true, I don't really mind it too much. Because Hot MC is available to everyone for free, right? I would mind it. I mind the fact that she's fucking ass without Ron May a lot. Right? Same for Boot Hill. The fact that they're just pretty shit without Ron May is really sad. But her reliance on Hat MC, I think, is actually good. Is Boot Hill that reliant on Run May? So, super break damage directly scales with how much break you're doing. Like, with the amount of toughness you would remove with your attack. Which makes the weakness break efficiency buff that Run May provides just straight up a 50% damage increase. Just multiplicative overall 50% damage increase on top of all of the other things that she does. On top of making the enemy stay broken for longer. Right? So it's like... yeah, it is that big of a fucking deal. Like, it really is that big of a deal. Yeah, that's how it works with Hot MC as well, right? Like, Super Break, both for Boot Hill and for Hot MC, is gonna be kind of whatever without Run May. If not, just straight up ass. Normal Break doesn't care about toughness damage. No, Normal Break cares about enemy total toughness, which is an indirect way of making it care about toughness damage, right? Because enemies with larger toughness bars are going to require more toughness break to break them. And so if you deal more toughness, you will break more often, and it... whereas enemies with lower toughness bars, if you deal more toughness, it doesn't really matter because you're breaking them anyways, right? Unpopular opinion, but Sorrow is so much worse compared to Genshin. The amount of units you have to pull is ridiculous, and the power creep is just cringe. Yeah, I mean, in terms of power creep, it definitely is a lot worse than Genshin. Do you think they're gonna add Super Rig into her own kit? Feels like it'd make her too similar to Boot Hill. I don't really expect them to, but again, I'm not a fucking expert on Sorry LTC. Maybe they will. Who the fuck knows? My opinion is better to have some kind of power creep instead of the same 8 characters to stay broken and not move at all from the start of the game 4 years later. I mean, if you think Genshin's meta hasn't moved at all in 4 years, you just are not very knowledgeable about Genshin, I guess. A lot of the units that were really strong in 4.0 are still strong, but a lot of team variety has been added. If your argument is you want to actually be forced to pull for new units to be able to compete rather than have the option to, because otherwise you feel like there's no point to going for a new unit. I get that. But that doesn't really change that it's a really predatory way of doing things in gacha games. Star Rail is much more generous with its pulling as well. Free to play can still get a limited 5-star every patch. That's... if you get lucky, sure. You definitely can't guarantee a limited 5-star every patch. But also, because there's a lot less skill involved in Star Rail, then your clear is held back a lot more by vertical investment. In other words, you're a lot more likely to need signature light cones to be able to clear. Like, you can still clear without them, but it requires really, really good relics, right? Hi Zaj, how was Hades 2? Enjoying the stream when you were playing because I didn't want any spoilers. It's an amazing game and I love it. Honestly, as someone who started playing not too long ago, fucked up for having Topaz and Robin run together literally right after M7. Yeah, like that's another fair point, right? A new player, more and more, is going to need actually 2 full teams of new units to clear. And even if they give you enough to get 1 limited unit per patch, well, the harder it becomes to clear with 4 stars, the longer it takes a new player to reach the point where they can clear, right? And that's actually an issue in Genshin as well, for sure. The main difference is that in Genshin, because it's a real-time action game, playing perfectly has a significantly bigger impact on how much investment you need to clear compared to Star Rail. Like, yeah, if you actually autoplay, the amount of investment that you need to clear MOC 12 is fucking insanely high. But if you have a surface level understanding of the combat, you can probably get by fine. in Genshin, damage is more important than sustain. Well, in Star Rail, sometimes having a better sustain actually flips things over. Yeah, like, I don't actually have the damage. Yo, what's up, Slice? How are you doing? Like, I don't actually have the damage on my account with any team that I would try to do to do this in 10 cycles, right? But also, before I got Aventurin, I was not able to clear 10, right? Like, I would straight up just die to 10, and there was not much I could do. Literally just getting Aventurin got me from not able to clear floor 10 to 35 stars. Literally just getting that. You know, Slice, I wish you would express the same level of enthusiasm for my great, amazing emotes in your chat as you do in mine. I really wish... No, shut up, bye. Listen, all I want for Christmas, okay, and it's not Christmas yet, but you know, 7 months, okay? Keep it in mind. All I want for Christmas is Omega Lol eating an eggplant. Or Zyox eating an eggplant, that works as well. Or even Zajef eating an eggplant. Some form of eggplant emote. You have 7 months to think about it. Oh, chat, you want to hear something funny? Alright? I was fucking chilling in Slice's stream like yesterday or 2 days ago. And I was yapping about my Arlecchino build, and then someone in chat was like, Slice, can you look at his build? And Slice was like, oh, I don't have him added. I guess he doesn't like me. His friend list and his friend request list are full! The fuck am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do, man? Madge. Madge. Anyways. I don't even know what I want to do now. Story? No, not really. I feel like there's nothing I can do in Star Rail that's like actually playing the game. Like, MOC is not... I can't get 36 star no matter what. I'm not even fucking close to it. Unless I specifically build units for Aventurin, and I can't be bothered doing that. Same thing for Pure Fiction. And I basically have finished Sim Universe. Maybe we could try to do Sim Universe with the other paths. But that doesn't sound fun. Like, it's literally just gonna be reset until you get a lucky capitalist run. Right? Like, what the fuck is the point? Maybe we can do these. I don't know, man. Like, we could do these, but, like, kind of just don't. The gameplay isn't different enough between all of these things for it to be fun, you know? It's the same shit. Have I tried the double run May run? No. There's not much of a point to it. I could just fucking do these things, like just the fucking click on the path, click on the different paths, but like that's not fun either. Like, I don't know. Wuthering Waves soon, true. Maybe we record the Wuthering Waves video now. Maybe. Where is my recording for the Wuthering Waves stuff? I don't know. When did the Wuthering Waves CBT2 finish? Is it this one? No. No. Oh, 5.4 gigabytes? I think it's this one. It is most likely this one.
Hello, beautiful people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's an hour and 30 minutes of me yapping about Wuthering Waves. Alright, fuck it. Chat, say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a video on Wuthering Waves. Woohoo! Now, okay, here's the thing, alright? I had recorded like an hour and 30 minutes of footage of me talking about it in a relatively structured way. But I realized that it kind of just... It didn't focus enough on the things I really wanted to focus on. So instead of that, I think I'm just gonna try to focus mostly on like the big things about... This is not how I want to start the video, actually. We're gonna try again. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a video covering Wuthering Waves, and whether or not it's a game worth picking up. So, the first thing I want to get out of the way, I was accepted into the second closed beta test. I actually got in a bit later than other people. So I had a bit of delay, basically. Or I was basically a bit behind a lot of people because of that. But when it came out, or when I got access to it, I basically grinded like 10 hours a day until I got to the point where I unlocked co-op and until I got to the point where I unlocked co-op, which was at Union level 30. It took me something like 3 days of 10 hours a day. And after that, I kind of just stopped enjoying it. And I ended up dropping down to basically just doing dailies, if even that, for the rest of the closed beta test. So the reason I wanted to start with that and you know, say this is I want to make it very clear. I didn't get to experience every single aspect of Wuthering Waves. This is going to talk about the things that I personally enjoyed and didn't enjoy, but I'm not an authority on what things are enjoyable. Some people enjoy different things than others. So just because there's something I liked won't mean you will like it too, and just because there's something I didn't like won't mean you won't like it either. That being said, we can get into all of the stuff, and yeah, let's get right into it. Also, I think I'm just gonna put some music in the background for this because I can't yap without music. But yeah, so at a glance on like your first look at Wuthering Waves, the combat looks very similar to Genshin's combat. You have an elemental skill, you have an elemental burst. They're not called that, but they're basically the same thing. You have an elemental skill, you have an elemental burst. You can swap between multiple characters to use your elemental skill and your elemental burst. And wait, isn't that just the same as Genshin? Well, not really. There's a few meaningful differences that actually make the combat stand out from Genshin's combat. First, and I think most importantly, the combat is a lot more focused on actually dodging and parrying attacks. There is a much bigger focus on actually interacting with the attacks that the enemies are doing. The second big difference is that whereas Genshin's interactivity in its combat mostly comes from elemental reactions, Wuthering Waves doesn't have elemental reactions. the ways in which you can enhance your damage or whatever, instead of it being based on your character's elements, are based directly on your character's kits. Now you have your skill and your burst, which are called resonance, skill, and resonance liberation. But I'm just gonna call it skill and burst because otherwise I'm gonna get confused about it. But you have your skill and your burst. But there's a few other aspects to the combat system. So you also have a forte bar, which is a fancy way of saying each character has a unique mechanic that will have a certain interaction with their kit. That it's going to show up right above their health bar. So right here you can see the forte bar, and if we actually get into combat, right, this character's forte bar is full. Right, and here, this... Yeah, right, this character specifically gets stacks of his forte bar up to 3 from using his elemental skill. And once it's full, he can do a special charge attack. I think this part of the combat system is kind of worthless. Not that it doesn't do anything, but rather that it doesn't really feel like an overall system in the combat. It's more so just what the character does. It doesn't feel that like it's not impactful. Far from it. It's very impactful, but for those of you that play Genshin, it's kind of like if there was a bar at the bottom that told you how many stacks Neuvillette has, right? Like, it's just... It interacts with your character in a specific way, but it's not really a system in and of itself. And so that part isn't all that interesting to me. Obviously, on some characters, the kit design is going to be more interesting than others, but... Yeah, what do the stacks do? They do nothing by themselves. Each character has a different thing. Yeah, it's basically just a visual indicator of a resource bar, basically. Next up, you have your Concerto energy, which is this circle that you see right here. And when you attack... When you attack, it fills up. And once it's fully filled up, swapping will do a special... So here is fully filled up. Swapping will do a special animation. The character you swapped from will do a special outro attack. And the character you swap into will do an intro attack. As you can see, Kalcharo did 1928, and, or was that 1928? Yeah, 1928, and Mortify did 531. Oh, and then Kalcharo did another 3.8k, whatever. This system is actually interesting. Different characters have different ways of filling up their Concerto energy. Generally, the basic implication of Concerto is that you're going to want to stay on your quote-unquote supports for longer. Because intro and outro attacks are a pretty big deal. They're very significant for the combat. And making sure you actually get enough Concerto energy to trigger your intro and outro matters a lot. The final... The next aspect that's unique or different about its combat system is the echoes. Echoes are basically this game's equivalent of artifacts or relics or whatever. But one echo per character can be equipped in the active slot, where depending on which basically artifact you're using, you can get a specific active effect. Where it's generally you either transform into or summon the enemy that dropped the echo you got. Now, echoes in combat are also very meaningful. Most of them do pretty significant chunks of damage, or have a pretty useful effect overall. That being said, a lot of them have very, very long animations. And so now we're getting into the very last main aspect of the combat, and the one that, in my opinion, is the most important to making Wuthering Waves feel like a game that can be fun. And that is swaps. Basically swapping characters. So, unlike in Genshin, Wuthering Waves swaps for characters do not happen on the server side, right? It's all client side, which means that your swaps are instant, no matter how much ping you have. On top of that, pretty much all of the abilities, or at the very least, most of them, will still go through, even if you swap out in the middle of them. Now, the earliest moment where you can swap out while still having the ability go through will depend on which ability you're using, but pretty much all the abilities, characters' skills, characters' normals, characters' charge attacks, characters' whatever specific forte interaction they have, character echoes, you can input your ability, and if you time it right, you can swap from that character into another character. And effectively... yeah, you can, Lud. And effectively, that makes it so that... Can you show an example? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have one at some point. That's not it. There we go. Right? So, an example of an ability that can be swap cancelled very early is Kalcharo's Forte special charge attack. Right? The charge attack that he can do once his Forte gauge is full. So here, you're going to see me use it, and then immediately swap into another character. Right? I've swapped into the character already, but Kalcharo is still on field, and he's still going up and going down and doing his attack while I'm on the other character. And then you can even swap back to him to go back to where he landed. That can be done on a lot of different abilities, and it can be done on... I don't know if I show any echo cancels. I think I show it here, right? Yeah. It can also be done on the echoes, right? I used Kalcharo's echo to transform into this fucking weird-ass little guy, and then I immediately swap out, and this weird-ass little guy stays on field and does the ability, which does a pretty large amount of damage. If you don't do that, then the animation for it is really long, and you get locked into the animation for this whole time, and then you can start doing something again, right? But in this time, you can swap into another character, use their echo, and then swap back to him. All this to say, the combat in Wuthering Waves is very much centered on swapping. There is an emphasis on making sure that you stay on characters long enough to get your Concerto stuff, but doing swap cancels is very important. Some characters care about it more than others, obviously. But, yeah. So far, all of this is really cool, right? I think that TOF's combat system is... It's very fast-paced. It feels pretty fun. And even though, at least so far, I haven't experienced quite the same amount of interesting interactions with the combat in Wuthering Waves as I have in Genshin's combat system, I can definitely see that there are going to be a lot of people that prefer this type of combat system. It's more fast-paced, it's more focused on actually dodging, and I think that for a lot of you guys, you're gonna like it, at least the combat aspect of it, more than in Genshin. That being said, in the closed beta test too, there were a lot of bugs. A lot of, like, actually game-breaking bugs. Bosses just deactivating, resetting their HP. Fights where some bosses basically stop being considered in combat. Your auto-targeting just stops going to them. Or goes into a part of them that can't take damage. I was very surprised when they announced the official release date, because, in my opinion, the CBT2 was very, very far from polished. Now, CBT2 isn't necessarily representative of the final product. It's very possible, it's very likely they fix a lot of the bugs. I would be surprised if in that short of a time they managed to fix everything. But, hey, I mean, that doesn't mean it can't happen. So, that's it for, like, the basic combat system. What about the combat content, right? What sort of game systems are there where you can actually play the game, where the combat actually happens? So, Wuthering Waves has an equivalent to Abyss. But that's not the only thing. It also has hologram bosses, and it also has a basically sim-universe equivalent, a roguelike mode. Let's talk about these individually. I'll start with the roguelike mode because honestly I think it's the worst by far. The roguelike mode in CBT2 was awful. It was kind of fun for the first few times, but the balance of it was so off that you could clear it pretty much with your eyes closed with a level 20 starting character. The balance of it was, like, actually too bad for it to be enjoyable. And that kind of sucked. That being said, the balance of it is something that can be fixed a lot more easily than a whole ass like combat system, right? Or a lot of bugs. So even though my experience with it on CBT2 was pretty negative, I think that there's very much hope for that mode. The Abyss equivalent, honestly, there is not much to say about it. It's very similar to the Abyss in Genshin. With the main difference that, one, instead of 2 teams, it's going to be 3. And instead of having characters like needing 3 different specific teams, each character has a certain amount of stamina and you can only use them in a certain amount of floors. Which means that you might be able to get away with less than 3 full teams. Teams only have 3 characters instead of 4. That's also a pretty important thing. And obviously, because the game as a whole has more enemy interaction, enemies are much more dangerous, can kill you a lot more easily. It's going to be arguably more mechanically difficult. And finally, you have holograms, which are basically more difficult versions of the world bosses. Now, from what I understand, and unfortunately, I haven't actually experienced it firsthand, because, again, I just didn't end up playing enough to quite get there. Honestly, not too many people did. Most of the people that actually got to the end of Abyss, or close to it, were people on the Chinese side that were allowed to basically wail on full refreshes every day. With currency they bought during CBT2 being transferred to live version on release. But apparently some of the hologram bosses are put into the later levels of Abyss. Hologram bosses are basically world bosses, like this one, right? I think I actually show, yeah, right? Where they have a bunch of different difficulties. Each different difficulty, or at least some of the different difficulties, add some new mechanics. And if you fuck up the mechanics, you die, right? Like, really easily. Like, some attacks maybe won't kill you, right? Like that one, right? But like, this is 37k. That is going to kill a max character. If you get hit by that one, you're dead. But not necessarily, because there are some forms of defensive utility you can get to reduce that, but we'll get into that in a little bit. I kind of liked holograms, but I didn't get to experience the later holograms because, again, I didn't end up playing enough to have that much investment on my characters. And starting at difficulty 4 and 5, even if I dodge everything and I spend my whole time DPSing them down, I just didn't have enough damage. With the level with the character levels I had and the echoes I had. That's kind of it for the combat. I guess the last important part of the combat is how the combat is weaved in with exploration. So let's talk about the exploration and the like world and the, you know, the experience of playing the game when you're starting out. The map is pretty large, I think, for like a 1.0 release. There's a decent amount of content. And early on, there's a really, I think, a really well-designed way of incentivizing exploration, which is killing enemies has a chance to drop an echo or an artifact, right? And that stays the case for the whole game. Early on, you cannot get dropped high rarity echoes. But every time you get a new echo or a new rarity of an echo, it gives you databank experience. And once you level up your databank, you get either higher odds of getting dropped echoes, or you get to increase the maximum rarity of getting of the echoes you can get. What that means is you have an incentive to explore the map and kill all the enemies, go to your, like, the equivalent of the handbook, select a specific enemies and a specific enemy and path to it, so you can kill them until you get that one of them to drop the echo, and then do that with a bunch of different enemies to grind out databank experience and get, you know, unlock higher rarities of echoes until you finally get to the point where you've unlocked the max rarity of echoes, and then you can do that to drop, you know, good echoes that you can use on your characters. And I think that the way that that's weaved in with exploration is amazing, because my experience very, very early on during the first 3 days was, okay, I'm gonna grind this specific enemy until I get the echo. Alright, I got my databank level, bam, okay, now I have to grind out this enemy again and all of these new enemies. And it effectively led me to basically clearing out my map's worth of enemies, which led me to a lot of different places with a bunch of chests and a bunch of quests. And I felt that that natural way of interweaving your progression with your exploration was really, really well done. I thought it was really enjoyable, and I really liked it. There's a reason why I played 10 hours a day. I wasn't doing it as homework, I actually had fun. And then came the mid/endgame, which isn't really endgame, but like I reached the point where I maxed out my databank. I got as far into my databank as I could. And that's where the issues started to show up. In Wuthering Waves, your echoes can be obtained without having to spend your daily energy currency, which is wave plates. The resin equivalent, basically. That's cool. However, when they drop, they don't have any substats. They just have a main stat. Then, you can give them, like, level them up in order to reveal their substats. However, level 0 echoes cannot be used as echo experience. The only way to obtain echo experience is spending wave plates, right? Spending your resin equivalent. In other words, leveling up echoes is time-gated. What that means is that once you have a few of the right main stats, you completely lose any incentive to explore the map and go grind out enemies, grind out bosses. Because you have the right main stat, and you don't have the XP to level it. Since then, from the announcements that Wuthering Waves has made, it seems like that problem has only gotten worse. They have added ways of re-rolling, basically, not re-rolling, but like strongboxing, right? Putting multiple different echoes and combining them into a random new one. Which just makes it even easier to obtain the right main stats. Now, for someone who wants to play the game very casually, wants to just log in, spend their daily currency, log out, that's good, because it means they don't have to grind as much. For someone who's looking for a game to grind out, a game to actually play for more than 5 minutes every day, it ain't it. And that's the main reason why I ended up dropping it. I'm someone who likes actually having something to do in a game for an extended period of time. And I felt like once most of the early progression was done, the rest of the progression was basically only time gated. And there was really nothing I could do. If I wanted to play more Wuthering Waves, I was basically just doing something that didn't progress in any way. Now that's an issue that is there in Genshin as well, right? For sure. It's not something that is unique to Wuthering Waves. But I personally, from what I had heard other people say about Wuthering Waves going into it, I heard, oh, Wuthering Waves appeals to endgame players. It appeals to people who, you know, want a harder game, a more hardcore experience. And in some ways, that is true. But in the ways that matter to me, it just wasn't the case. So if you are someone who's looking for something you can just play on your commute to work or whatever, Wuthering Waves might be a pretty cool game for you. But if you're like me, someone who was looking for a game to actually have, you know, fun things to grind out, if you were looking for more than 5 minutes a day once you get to higher investment, once you've done most of the progression, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. And again, that's not inherently a bad thing, but it does mean that I am not the target audience for Wuthering Waves. If that's something you're okay with, then cool. If it's something that turns you off from this game, I completely understand, because it does the same for me. Now you might be wondering, okay, well, Zajef, that's cool and all, but are you gonna play it then? And I think I will. But the conclusion I got to is, like, from playing CBT2 is, I don't want to start playing a new game that has the same issues that I have with Genshin, the same problems that prevent me from enjoying Genshin as much as I do, as much as I could. And so if I just start playing Wuthering Waves and just add that as another game I play every day, I don't think it's going to be very enjoyable for me. But if I do an interesting gimmick account, I might be able to have some fun with it, at least until I get to the point where I can't really do any real progression anymore. And so I decided that I am going to play, but I'm going to do a gimmick account. So far, it seems like it's lining up to be a no-wish account, so just ignore the gacha system altogether. And, you know, I'll play it until I get bored, and then I'll probably drop it and maybe come back when there's an update, new bosses to fight, stuff like that. But yeah, I very much do not expect to get very far in terms of, like, actual progression, because, I mean, the Abyss requires basically 9 characters, and you just don't have that without wishing. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Can't wait to see how it goes. But yeah. Now, that's kind of it for the main things that, if I hadn't gotten into CBT2, I would want to know going into it. That being said, there's a lot of different aspects of the game that don't matter that much to me, but that are still interesting for a lot of people. So let's talk about them very quickly. The story, I honestly don't know what to say about it. I paid attention to the story at the beginning, and to me it was very boring, and I ended up just tuning it out and skipping. After like an hour of playing, trying to pay attention, just realizing it just wasn't for me. What that means is that I really have no clue what happens in this story for most of the game. So if you actually want to know how good the story is, you're gonna have to look at someone else's review. Overall, music was fine. I think that in the back of my mind, I kept comparing it to Genshin's music, which is arguably the best part of Genshin, and the thing Hoyo is the best at is its music. And for me, it just didn't quite compete. But that's, you know, that's a really high bar to clear, and I don't think the music was bad in any way. It wasn't really my vibe. It wasn't the sort of genre I was, you know, too. I liked it. I liked too much. I think overall for a mobile game, it's definitely pretty good. But I don't think it stands out all that much. It was fine. Visually, I thought it was okay. I thought the questing, like there were a lot of different areas visually, and your quests and exploration naturally took you to a lot of them, which was nice. But yeah. Oh, actually, right. I almost forgot. I want to talk about the co-op, because that was actually one of my biggest disappointments with the game. I've already talked at length about the combat system and how, you know, it's pretty centered on swap cancels and you know, animation cancels, a lot of that. You can't swap in co-op. So swap cancels just stop existing. Which disappoints me quite a bit. I don't think they're gonna change it, but if I was, and I submitted that feedback, but I don't think it'll end up making it through. But if I was working at Kuro, I wouldn't try to give each player one character. Just let each player keep their team, their full team in co-op, and just increase the boss HP accordingly. Because to me, the combat system in co-op felt very, very boring. You were limited to one character, and it just was not fun. You could do 2-player co-op, or one player has access to 2 characters, and but like that just doesn't hit the same. I really think that like most of the game is about its swap cancels and the intro and outro mechanics, and when you only have one character, that just stops working. Isn't that the same as Genshin? That's an interesting question. Genshin's combat is a lot more centered on elemental reactions, and elemental reactions can still work in co-op. If you're playing with random people, that's it's not really going to do too much. But if you're playing with, you know, an organized group of people, you can still make use of it. But even then, Genshin's co-op is not very good. Genshin has a lot of issues with its co-op system. And I think that Wuthering Wave's combat can lend itself to co-op so much better because they're not reliant on reactions. So there's not going to be an overwhelming amount of things happening on the enemy if there's 9 different possible characters that can be used, right? Yeah, it feels very much like the co-op is an afterthought. On top of that, the main incentive for co-op in CBT2 was, okay, well, eventually, your map is out of a specific monster. And if you want to get that echo, of the echo from that monster, still don't have any good ones, you can go in co-op and go clear out your friend's map with them. But adding echo rerolling, echo strongbox, whatever, a way to get specific echoes a lot more easily, makes it so you have even less of an incentive, which wasn't even a very strong incentive to begin with, but you have even less of an incentive to play co-op. So I think that the co-op, at least in CBT2 for Wuthering Waves, was pretty bad, and out of the announced changes, I don't think it's going to get any better. I really hope that there's some changes that they're planning that they just haven't announced yet for the co-op, because I think this game could actually be really fun in co-op. But unfortunately, so far, I don't know. Rather have my sandbox and just co-op with mats and echoes rather than to raid with people. Yeah, but like they're removing the incentive to co-op for echoes with people by giving you more ways of obtaining more easily any echo you want. And again, right, that's good for casual players that do not intend to play the game for more than like 5 minutes a day. It's very good for them. And it's clear to me that that's the players they're aiming at, the players they're trying to cater to. And that's not inherently wrong, but as someone who is not part of that group of players, it is going to make my personal experience, and maybe yours if you are also not in that group of players, worse. I will say, Kuro seems to be a lot more receptive to feedback than Hoyo is. While a lot of the changes that they didn't really address the issues that I had with CBT2, they addressed a lot of issues. A lot of the changes that they've announced addressed very popular sentiment. And so I do think that it's a very real possibility that if enough people, care about, hey, this co-op kind of just isn't very fun, can you do something about that? I think it's a lot more likely that they'll listen. Yeah, I actually did a run of the roguelite equivalent with my level 40 starting character. And this is what the final boss looks. No, that's not the final boss. Is it? Oh, is it the final boss? This is what a boss looks like. And the damage takes a little bit to scale up, but eventually it's just fucking... he just dies. This is a healer at level 40. And the levels work very similar to Genshin. Like, this is not an invested character. I think that was the final boss, actually, yeah. Yeah, it was. On the highest difficulty at the time. Okay. Already talked about the databank stuff. Oh, actually, character balance is also interesting. From the starting characters, there are a few outliers in power, and there's one thing I think is really interesting, which is that there are characters that are like pretty significant, that are doing pretty significantly more damage than others, but that were still worse overall. So a good example of that is Colcharo, right? The character that I was showing earlier. Right, this guy, his animations are long, and the way that he deals his damage is he basically does an attack, and then there's a fucking weird-ass shadow that does it after him. Let me see if I can... I mean, you see that, right? Like, he does the charge attack animation, it takes a while to do, and then he does his skill. It takes a little bit to do damage. His second skill, it takes a bit to do damage. Point being, if the enemies move a lot of his damage just won't hit. On top of that, his animations are relatively long, which means that he's more vulnerable to getting hit. And on top of that, because of the delay on a lot of his between the input and the actual damage for a lot of his animations, parrying on him tends to be significantly more difficult than on other characters. What that means is that against hologram bosses, Colcharo's kind of just not very good. Or at least, not great. Compared to characters that do all of their damage very, very easily in like one input, or it comes out very quickly. That being said, when you look at his overall output, his damage compared to other characters is really high. The thing is, there is content in this game where both can be very useful, right? So, a character that was very, very popular in CBT2 was Dungeon, who is a 4-star character that consumes her HP to deal damage. And basically all of Dungeon's attacks happen pretty much instantly. She's also relatively strong, and that makes it so that against hologram bosses, Dungeon is very good. Or at least was. I don't know if there's going to be any changes between CBT2 and Live for this. But when you look at the endgame content, which is going to be the Abyss equivalent, there's 3 different sides, and generally, it's not going to be bosses on every side. And so, some characters that can do significantly less damage, but that are just better suited at aggressive boss fights, versus characters that do a lot more damage, but don't work too well against aggressive bosses, they can each have their own place. Which is nice because it gives a lot of room for making different characters without necessarily making it power creep. That being said, I still think that power discrepancies between characters are really big. There's some characters that were just awful in CBT2, like Ling Yan, who just incredibly slow animations and no damage. Well, not no damage, but damage lower than characters with better animations, basically. Now, they did say they're gonna buff him, or at least change him, so that's good. But I think we're gonna have to wait and see how power creep ends up shaping up. And I do think that it's very likely the game is going to get power crept pretty hard. When it comes to team building, unfortunately, team building just doesn't seem very interesting to me. You're basically just gonna want to play characters that are strong together. Like, characters that are strong, you will want to play them together, not characters that are strong together. Right? So, it's a lot... It's going to be focused a lot less on synergy and a lot more on just number big. Now, there are some exceptions to that. So, for example, Mortify, this character right here, his outro skill, which is what happens, again, when you fill up the Concerto energy and swap into a different character. His outro skill gives a pretty big buff to charge attacks. And the first 5-star that at least the first 5-star in CBT2, I don't know if he's going to end up being first on live or second, but Jian is a charge attack carry. And so Jian's team very much wants to use Mortify. But then you're also going to have characters where their outro skill is just damage, like Kalcharo, where staying on them for longer or giving them a specific support that buffs what they do just isn't really better than just putting them with another character that does a lot of damage. And because swap canceling is such an important part of the combat, you're very often going to end up with double carry teams where you just straight up play 2 carries and swap cancel between whatever abilities they have that can be swap canceled. One thing I liked about it was the test run equivalent, where it basically teaches you the basic combos for every character. But what I did not like about this was, as you can see, right, you only have one character during these tests, which means that you don't practice any of the swap cancels, which again, right, are very important. Overall, I think that the game has potential, but Kuros does not seem to be aiming at... I feel cringe saying it, but like that's kind of the best way to put it. They're not really aiming at gamers. This is not a game that is whose target audience is gamers. This is a game whose target audience is people that are looking for something to do on their commute to work. I think, personally, I'm not a huge fan of live service games with incentives to log in every day that don't actually give you interesting content to do every day. And I will say, like, the daily experience, once you've reached the non-time gated progression, in my experience in CBT2, it was logging in, doing your dailies, and spending your wave plates, and that was pretty much it. There was nothing else to do. And it was actually even faster than the daily loop in Genshin. Right? Like, the commission equivalent was faster. Spending your wave plates was faster. There was straight up just like 5 minutes of gameplay. I think that a lot of people are hoping that Wuthering Waves is gonna, kick Genshin in the ass a little and force Hoyo to care more about their players. And I think in some ways it might, but its aim to really be just a game you play on your commute to work puts it not really as a competitor to Genshin, but just as, well, people's commute to work is very often longer than 5 minutes. You have time to play 2 gacha games. And I feel like it's very, very likely that Genshin doesn't feel threatened by Wuthering Waves. Not because Wuthering Waves won't be popular, but because you don't need to quit Genshin to start playing Wuthering Waves. And again, right, they're not trying to give you the sort of things that Genshin lacks. Outside of the, like, mechanical difficulty, which is a good thing, right? Like, that's good. But many of the other issues that a lot of people have with Genshin doesn't seem to be things that Kuro wants to do with Wuthering Waves. And to me, that's a bit disappointing. But in any case, like I said, right? Like, the actual early gameplay was really fun for me. I think that the, like, exploration and early experience is fun enough to justify giving the game a shot if you have some free time to spare. But if the downsides I've mentioned are deal breakers to you, like they are for me, then don't have your expectations too high. I didn't end up talking much about the gacha system because honestly, there isn't much to say. It's a gacha system. Gacha sucks. We're gonna have to, like, power creep relates to gacha in some ways, obviously, but I think I've seen a lot of people say that Wuthering Waves is very generous with its gacha because the pity is a bit lower, and you get a 5-star weapon from reaching Union level 45, which is the equivalent of AR 45. And, like, assuming everything else is the same, that would be true. But we don't know how much premium currency you're getting every patch. If the pity is 10 wishes lower, but you're getting 10 less wishes every patch, then it does the same thing, right? It's effectively the same. If the standard 5-star weapons aren't really much better than the upcoming gacha 4-star weapons they plan on adding, then a free standard 5-star also doesn't do too much for you. A lot of the ways in which things appear to be more generous in Wuthering Waves could very well be generous, but aren't necessarily generous. It's not inherently better. It's really just going to depend on what they actually want to do. At the end of the day, it's a gacha company, and gacha tends to be a very predatory monetization system. And I would not expect actual generosity from a gacha game. Spend responsibly, or better yet, don't spend. And yeah, I hope you guys found some value in my thoughts on it. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay, business. Yeah, but to the person who asked, is this your first Wuthering Waves Yap stream? Been curious about your take, just arrived. I talked about it a lot when CBT was going on, but I haven't really talked about it much since. What do you realistically think the max potential for this game is? What would your ideal Wuthering Wave look like? Again, like I've already explained, they are not trying to cater to me. They're not trying to cater to players like me with Wuthering Waves. Their like communication with their player base has been focused on making the game less grindy rather than more, which is what I would like. I would like more things to do in the game, more grinds, more entertaining grinds, right? Less grindy is good. I mean, it depends. If you're looking for a game to play on your commute to work, less grindy is good. If you're looking for a good way to spend your time for more than 5 minutes a day, more grindy is good. Like, optional grinds can be very fun. At the end of the day, a live service game is focused on keeping you playing every day, and eventually you run out of things to do in the game to play every day. And then your daily login is basically just do your wave plates, do your dailies, and log out. And I guess, let me put a marker, because that is... Actually, no, it's fine. But the thing is, that's not fun, right? Like, it's nice that you get to do some progression, and you'll have fun once you get to take advantage of that progression and do a more difficult level in the Abyss equivalent. But the actual thing you're doing every day isn't fun. Right? It's like... Yeah, exactly, Numis. Like, live service games, in general, tend to have fun optional grinds. Gacha live service games don't. Because gacha games make money off of you getting bored of playing the same character and wanting to go for a new one. And if there's too many things you can do, you're less likely to do that. Like, if you have an afternoon of free time, there's not an afternoon... Like, once you've finished the story, there is not an afternoon's worth of things to do with Wuthering Waves. You have, like, 5-10 minutes, and then you gotta find something else to do. I like when games have the option to, you know, play it for an afternoon. But that's not the sort of thing they're aiming for. I can't think of a game that isn't multiplayer which has endless good content. I mean, a lot of games that have multiplayer aren't necessarily like RuneScape is an MMO, but you can play solo RuneScape and never interact with other players and still basically have an infinite amount of fun content to do. Beating the endgame as replay will be a constant challenge if I have understood how Kuro's old game works. Like a pretty long grind. Yeah, but it's a time-gated grind. Like, your progress is gated by your daily currency. And once you have spent your daily currency, you have no way of progressing other than waiting for your daily currency to come back. Is there an infinite amount of content, or is there a finite amount of challenges you eventually finish? It's just that it's a lot. I don't play RuneScape, so I actually don't know. It's like a mix of both. But also, I don't know. It's kind of weird to be drawn to casual gacha games when you want a game to sink a lot of time into. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah! But again, right? Wuthering Waves has marketed itself a lot as a less casual game. Like, I think a lot of Genshin players have heard about Wuthering Waves as a more difficult, more endgame catered, more like hardcore gacha game than Genshin. And like, again, in some ways it is, but if that's the only thing you heard about it, and you go into it expecting less casual stuff, you're going to be disappointed. But again, it's not necessarily that it doesn't have endless content. It's that I finished the I finished the non-daily gated progression, the non-daily gated content in 3 days. And because the rest of your progression is based on you logging in every day, what the fuck am I gonna do when I log in every day? It's gonna be boring as fuck when I log in every day, right? It's fine for Genshin that sorry, it's fine for games that don't have daily login incentives to have a finite amount of content that you can do in 3 days. It's like, yeah, then you're done with the game. Or when the game gets an update, you come back and you do that. But when your game gates an important part of your progress behind logging in every day, then that makes it feel kind of ass. That there is not fun things to do every day. I agree with you. Just a doubt on like artifact domains that is there in Genshin. We have to beat bosses for the echoes, which is endless. Yes, but once you have an echo, you need to level it. An unleveled echo doesn't do anything. And once you have an unleveled echo with the right main stat, getting another one doesn't do anything until you can level the first one. Because you don't get to see the substats before you level them. And leveling them is entirely resin gated. Because you cannot use unleveled echoes as echo experience. The only echo experience is what you spend daily currency on. Like, personally, the sort of thing that would be fun for a player like me is if unleveled echoes could be used as a relatively small amount of experience. Or like 3 hours of grinding echoes gives you the same amount of experience as 1 day's worth of daily currency. Where it's not really necessary to progress, but there is an incentive to do it. Like artifact routes. Okay, so the biggest issue with artifact routes in Genshin is that they're just not fun. Because you walk to places and you click on a button to get your artifact and that is it, right? Echo grinding in Wuthering Waves is actually fun because you get to fucking play the game and fight shit. I mean, at the end of the day, right? The basic conclusion is just Wuthering Waves is aimed at a type of player that is not me. And if it's aimed at a type of player that is you, then you'll probably enjoy it. Otherwise, you probably won't. And that's really all there is to it. Would MMOs fall under the same umbrella for you? Where are these gacha games took dailies from? The thing is, they took dailies from MMOs, but they didn't take giving us actual things to do from MMOs. MMOs have actual things to do. Like, having a daily login as an incentive to keep you playing isn't inherently unfun. It's unfun if you log in, you are bored for 5 minutes, and then you log out, which is the Genshin experience. And in my limited experience with CBT2, the Wuthering Waves experience as well. That's not fun. But if you have a daily incentive to log in that's kind of boring, and then you can also do other things for like an hour, then that's not inherently bad, right? Or even better, if the daily login incentive is actually fun. If instead of your fucking daily quest being level 1 echo, it's kill 10 bosses. That can be fun. But that's not part of the FOMO loop. It's not part of a gameplay loop that makes you feel like you have to spend money to enjoy yourself. And so it's not as profitable, so it's just unlikely to happen in a gacha game. Thank you for the gifted. Omega. Alright, I think that might be it for the day. I don't know what else I want to do. However, I may have a video to post. Hog. Sorry, chat. I gotta pin a comment before I post the video. Wait, never mind. Wait. Am I an idiot? Okay, no. Okay. All right, the video is posted. It's the video on the new Abyss. So if you want to watch it, make sure you go watch it on YouTube. Ideally, it helps a bit more if you find it through the algorithm, or it helps a bit more with the algorithm if you just go to YouTube and click on it than if you click on the link. But if you're too lazy, I understand. I am also too lazy.